Yes. So
Yes,
moon-like
the meaning.
face can be.
Um,
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'll just like the moon-like face, holding Veda's books on fire, and in eyes with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with the jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bing crown. Her name is Manonmani. This is from the Moola Agama, Manonmani Dhyanam.
Yes, we have the next Dhyana sloka from the same Moola Agama of Manoni Dhyana. ध्यायेद् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैः विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिपूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामर्थदत्रीं शुभाम्.
And the translation. I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and hold the Vedas, lotus and gracing with the gracing and blessing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day.
Yes. So let us understand the significance of the divine element gold. So the Atharva Veda beautifully says, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. So gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of enlightening and healing. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity.
Yes, gold is present in all the scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, and Smritis, in the Itihasas and Puranas. It is in all Hindu scriptures, and it is abundantly told it is the most auspicious and the purest metal, which purifies even the being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks, and one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses. Gold was to be offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold.
Yes. So Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. Indus River was called Hiranmaya in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavarthini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold, decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever.
Yes. So now let us chant the brief Shastra Pramana for the E Hundi.
Yes. So the first offering is E-Hundi offering. So Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Bhashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
And the translation, Devi is fond of true devotion and realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear.
Yes. So if there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. And it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood very clearly. So the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So you can offer this e-hundi offering at any amount at your own capacity to Parashakti and receive her blessings. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion by offering your Kanikai, especially, and your name will be chanted out when the puja is offered to Parashakti. So this e-hundi offering is also available as a super chat and super sticker option in the YouTube live stream, which will be guiding you into a walkthrough after we read out all the sevas. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. So I'll be reading out the Shastra. तयैतान् मोह्यते विश्वं सैव विश्वां प्रशूयते साय चित्त च विजनं तुष्टरुदिं प्रयच्छति.
The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation, and she gives wealth in materialistic sense. So this is the Sankalpa for offering, this is the Pramana for the offering of Sankalpa.
Yes. So you can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and receive the blessings of Parashakti. So you can go to the tiny.cc/devi-offerings and actually list out all your names, your family members, your friends, whoever you want to offer this puja. You can post your names, and your names will be chanted in the Sankalpa during the Sankalpa chanting, and the puja is offered to Parashakti. So this Sankalpa chanting is only $1. So you can make use of this opportunity to get the blessings of Parashakti. So the next offering is the offering of Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. So the Lalita Sahasranama verse, it says, Nama Parayana Prita, means she who likes the repetition of her various names.
Yes. And this offering of 1,008 names of Devi Parashakti, it's a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 108 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas. All the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti will be graced upon you.
Yes. So you can offer this golden coin with at three sizes, $75, $151, and $251. The next offering is the offering of Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl, to Parashakti. So the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, it beautifully says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham shinjannu pura kinkini manidaram padma prabhabasuram sarvabhishta falapradam girisutam vanirama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nitim.
And I'll be chanting the translation in English. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crowns has garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by the goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion.
Yes. So you can offer the finger ring with the pearl, the Mukta Anguti, Parashakti, and literally be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. So you can now offer it at $251, $501, or $750. The next offering is offering of Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. So the Kamika Agama, it says, all the Kailasa should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. So they should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold.
And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves a consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship involve the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, and the lotus petals. The lotus is a very divine flower. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus, and the base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is considered as a lotus, about to bloom. And you can offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to be blessed, to have the state, space, power, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adversity in your life.
Yes, so Swarna Padma Pushpam you can offer at $600. The next offering is the offering of Swarna Metti, the golden touring. So the beautiful verse it says, Nakadi diti sanchanna namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha.
So here the translation of this verse is, you whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance, from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower.
Yes, so you can offer the touring to Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, and be in constant gratitude to receive her blessings in any adverse situations, most difficult aspects of your life. So you can offer the Swarna Metti at $750. Yes, the next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. The Sudha Sarabi Varshini. So she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. So you can offer the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. So you can offer the Swarna Mangtika at $750. Yes. So the next offering is the offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So the Saundarya Lahari, Sloka 83, it says, Nakadiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
The translation goes, the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. The shloka is number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness, and in this stotram, tamas is indicative of minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating at the feet before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Yajaman will have all of the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, so you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to receive the blessings. So we have the upcoming Guru Purnima Pratyaksha Pada Puja in the next month. You can avail this opportunity to offer it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at $1,008. So the next offering is the offering of Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Parashakti. So you can offer this along with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja at $1,008 and receive the blessings and auspiciousness of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshiva. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So this is a summary of offerings that you can offer today, and make sure that you have the ultimate, the auspicious blessings of Devi Parashakti.
Yes, so this is the compilation of all the offerings which you can offer to Parashakti, the Ihundi, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, which is the pearl finger ring, the golden lotus flower, the Swarna Metti, Swarna Mangtika, and Pratyaksha Pada Puja along with the Vastra Seva. So now we move on to the procedure of how to offer all these various sevas to Parashakti when you're going to be having her darshan. So if you're ready to offer any one of these sevas, but you have an intention, but you're interested in offering, but still you need help in manifesting, you can go ahead and click on to this link tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi and fill out all the details and you can seek for your help. And once you're ready to offer these sevas by an online payment, you can go ahead and click on to the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings. So once you're done with making an online payment and offering the seva to Devi Parashakti, you can move to the next link to submit your details for the puja, for your names to be chanted when the puja is offered to Parashakti. The link is tiny.cc/sankalpa 2021. So I'll be quickly taking you through a walkthrough of how to offer your seva through an online payment. So when you click on to tiny.cc/devi-offerings. So when you click onto that link, you'll be guided to this page where it says Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan donation. So you can go ahead and choose an option. So there are various options of the sevas which you can offer to Parashakti. For example, you're choosing the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So it shows $1,008. So go ahead and add it to the cart. So once you click onto the option add to the cart, you'll be guided to the next page, which is now projected. So you'll be guided here and you can go and click on to proceed to checkout. So once you proceed to checkout, you will be guided to the billing details where you need to be filling out all the details required and your order details. And once you do this, you can place your order by clicking on to the right bottom option. So after you finish offering the seva to Devi Parashakti, you are now having the beautiful opportunity to actually write all your names of your family, your friends, your beloved ones in the link of the Sankalpa. So you can go to the Sankalpa link and click on to the next, where you'll be guided to the next page and fill out all the details that are required, your name, your city, your country, and don't forget to select the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan option and click on to next and submit this page so that your names would be chanted when the puja is offered to Parashakti. So not only that, we have another beautiful opportunity when the live darshan is happening, and even now you can go ahead with the live stream in the YouTube. And once you go to the live stream, you'll be guided to the live comment section here where you can see a super chat and a super sticker option. So you can offer the e-kundi donation, as a devotion, token of love and devotion to Parashakti by clicking on to any one of these options and offer it to Devi Parashakti. Yes. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this part of this segment of this program, and we'll be quickly moving on to the next segment of the program after a short break. So thank you, Nityanandam.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed.
Nityanandam, and welcome to one and all. Today, we'll be going over a very unique aspect of the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. One needs to understand what is the situation today in the world in terms of health and people's lives. Today, if you see, the kff.org has published the statistics where one can see that younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during this COVID-19 pandemic. The graphs that one sees are really concerning, serious, because if you see the youth, the ages 18 to 24, 56%, 25 to 49, almost 50%. So the entire age group till almost half life of today's man's normal life is more than 50% impacted with anxiety and or depressive disorder, especially because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then if you see above the 50 age group, from 50 to 64 is almost 40%, and 65 plus is almost 30%. So the entire population of the world affected not only by the physical problem of the corona pandemic, but also because of the mental disorders of anxiety and or depressive disorder because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder. So one can see here, the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder in 2019 versus 2021. One can see here in 2019, as per the NHIS, it's only 11% of the people, whereas in January 2021, according to the Household Pulse Survey, it is a whopping 41%, which is almost 4 times the value, the number in 2019. The share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic by age, one can see here, indicates a statistically significant difference between adults ages 18 to 24. The data shown includes adults ages 18 plus with symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder that generally occur more than half the days or nearly every day. The data shown is for December 2020, and the source is the US Census Bureau and the Household Pulse Survey 2020. One can see here, 56% of the ages 18 to 24 adults, 48.9% in 25 to 49, 39% in the age group 50 to 64, and 29.3% in the ages 65 plus. How are you feeling today? Now, when this survey was conducted for various employees, as per the published reports in the hrexecutive.com, a whopping 34% of the employees felt they felt tired more than half the time at work. 34% felt stressed out. Another 27% felt they were burnt out. 22% felt discouraged. 19% felt distracted. And 17% felt depressed. Now that's a very alarming numbers, statistics for work-life balance, because as one knows, at work, it is not about feeling tired or stressed or burnt out or depressed. One should be feeling enthusiastic and ambitious and successful. Whereas these numbers indicate that we are nowhere in that range thanks to the corona pandemic. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans as per a national mental health survey, and it is what is called a national mental health crisis, because nearly 8 in 10 say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life, and nearly 7 in 10 say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, which is 25%, are diagnosed with mental health disorders since the start of the pandemic. This is as per the American Psychological Association. And COVID-19 could literally exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden, because more than 60,000 of the US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19. 300 have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to just preliminary research. Self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers, what it indicates is, before the COVID-19 pandemic, 15% reported depression and 29% anxiety. But during the COVID-19 pandemic, that number has grown to almost 41%, pregnant women facing depression, and 72% feeling anxiety disorder. Now, that's not good news for either the mother or for her yet to be born baby. The US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the US has tripled according to a major study. Researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed. That number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. One can see here, 76% of the US employees are currently experiencing just plain worker burnout. 57% say worries about COVID-19 have been a contributing factor, and 33% say comparatively worries about political issues have contributed to their burnout. So almost double the number of people are more worried about the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact than even political issues. COVID-19's impact on the mental health shows 78% of the global workforce says the pandemic has negatively affected their mental health. 85% say their mental health issues are causing sleep deprivation, poor physical health, reduced happiness at home, strained family relationships, or isolation from friends. 68% of people would prefer to talk to a robo over their manager about stress and anxiety at work. 76% of workers believe their company should be doing more to protect the mental health of the workforce. So one can see here, even in the workforce, a massive, almost 80% of the people of the workforce expects to be given mental health support. The young workers are hit the hardest. As we are seeing, ages 22 to 25, 89% of the youth impacted, 26 to 37, 83%. And then as we go into the closer to middle age, 38 to 54, 73% impacted, and 55 to 74, the elderly age group, 62% impacted. The younger respondents were more likely to say that the pandemic has had a negative effect on their mental health. Now, this information, this survey is based on Oracle and Workplace Intelligence. So one saw where we are in the world today with mental health, stress, burnout, depression, anxiety, depressive disorders. The world literally plagued by it because more than 50% of the population and more than 50% of all the age groups is being impacted, not only by the corona pandemic, but also by the accompanying mental health disorders and causing a mental health crisis. Now, this is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, in his Devi Parashakti Akashic readings had warned months back, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, had himself warned in satsangs over more than 2 years back about the onslaught of this corona pandemic and how it would be a pralaya that would engulf the planet, and how to save oneself from its after effects, and how this pralaya is today eating the whole planet, putting people in tremendous panic and worry. What do we do to counter that? Let us see from its very grassroots in terms of what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for years to prepare humanity, not only to handle this pralaya, but also to take, even at this time, the leap, quantum leap into super consciousness. So to understand that, we will just take a brief look at the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Human Services first, because that's what's going to be at the core of being able to tide over this pandemic.
The Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, in collaboration with the Department of Human Services and each of the Kailasa's temple ecosystem, consider the right to happiness as the highest right to all the humans. The ultimate goal of Hinduism and Kailasa, which is spearheaded and led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, is the material and the spiritual well-being and prosperity for the entire humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. Forever serving the humanity is the only goal of Kailasa. Now, what we are seeing is an amazing picture from 2006, 21st of October, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the children of Nityananda Gurukul, celebrating the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. And you can also see the peacekeepers of Kailasa following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha. This is from 2018, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of Parashakti meditation program take part in the celebrations of traditional flag hoisting ceremony. And this is from 2006, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nityananda Spurana Convention, which is Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop that was conducted in Chennai, India. Everywhere you can see how thousands of people are benefited by all the work and the contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And what you're seeing here is 26th of May 2006, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on a Himalaya Yatra, which is actually a sacred pilgrimage to Himalaya mountains and up the Kaveri, up the river Ganga. Yes, so this is very interesting picture. In 2011, the temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, well-being of the denizens of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. That is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving till today, the Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham. Yes, and this is from Paramashivoha meditation workshop in 2018, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoha program partake in traditional puja or the ritualistic worship. Yes, so this is a beautiful picture where you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is leading the peacekeepers of Kailasa to take part in the Karaseva. Every activity or every activity of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally does it and personally inspires the peacekeepers of Kailasa to take it forward and contribute for the humanity. That's what you can see in this picture also, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the Karaseva and inspiring the peacekeepers of Kailasa to physically serve towards the cleaning and construction of the Adi Kailasa temple. By sheer hard work, the Kailasa ecosystems are all established and functioning and serving around the world. Almost in all the continents, you can see how beautifully the Kailasa ecosystems are flourishing and contributing to the humanity. Yes, so this is from 1994, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from his Guru. And 2017, we have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the Kailasa ecosystem in Tiruvannamalai, where thousands arrive to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem and traditionally to receive the blessings from the Swamiji. Similarly, Kailasa ecosystems are established all around the world, including Los Angeles in California, where a 25,000 square feet temple complex housing 80 plus deities is established, and it is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems of the world. And this is from Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, where the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Nityanandeshwari and Sri Nityanandeshwara. And this is from Kailasa in Seattle, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. This is from Kailasa in San Jose, which radiates the energy of Madurai Meenakshi temple. The chief presiding deities of this temple are Devi Meenakshi, Lord Paramashiva, and Lord Nityanandeshwara and Devi Nityanandeshwari. All these temples, the deities of these temples are made, physically made in the Sacred Arts University, and they are all energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That is why when you connect with these deities, you feel the living energy, living presence of these deities. So this is from the Kailasa in St. Louis, which houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara. This is from Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, which is home to over 21 deities with the temple structure of 2,500 square feet. This is from Kailasa in Houston, which is declared as the Parihara Sthala of all the Navagraha doshas. This is the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, which was inaugurated in July 2011. And it houses all the 63 Nayanmars and 18 Siddhas as the deities. And especially in terms of Kailasa in Toronto, which is active and alive, contributing to the community since 2011 onwards. And it is blessed to radiate the superconscious energy of Kailasa. And the Kailasa goes on providing various temple services to the community, including Annadan, traditional Hindu ceremonies, etc. Now, one of the things that these temple ecosystems provide to the community is the opportunity to do the spiritual routine during the Brahma Muhurta and its effectiveness in overcoming the pandemic fatigue. So before we go to the segment, let's have a short break and we'll be right back.
This absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
cures, which our Veda Agamas and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the reviver of authentic Hinduism, has revealed years ago, decades ago. What are the revelations to the world today by Devi Parashakti? First, let us see. I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites because they are stuck in delusion. We cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule. The captain has to lead the ship. 12th May, Devi further revealed, before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in the Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have deaths. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. Listen well to my words, Devi continued. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nityananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nityananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. How is Kailasa saving lives? When the first world countries closed their doors, their borders, during this massive global emergency, Kailasa is the only nation that has opened its doors to all without exception. Pre-COVID care centers have been established, opened up across the entire India. These include Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. The multiple free COVID care centers have opened across India as Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. Various humanitarian services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and cosmic revelations being made on the global pandemic. The free humanitarian services offered during this pandemic in the de facto spiritual embassies across India include medical care in the form of allopathy, Ayurveda, and Siddha medicines, infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming to sustain that sattvic, vegetarian, organic diet. This is just a few of the glimpses of what happens in the COVID care protection centers and why you should join the COVID care protection center by registering through the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care, https://KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. Let's take a few seconds now to register ourselves at this link and join the COVID care protection centers in the various de facto spiritual embassies across Kailasa, be it Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, or Sri Puram Adinam in Hyderabad, or any of the de facto spiritual embassies.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
And if you have registered yourself, then now let's explore further about the COVID care protection centers in the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. The spiritual routine that is an integral component of the daily lifestyle at the de facto spiritual embassies, including Adi Kailasa, Sri Puram Adinam, etc., how it protects you from the pralaya. Members of the Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The morning spiritual routine consists of Nityananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, Kashayam, Nitya Satsang. The Kashayam is what is called a herbal remedy to boost one's immunity. It is made using naturally occurring herbs which are grown in the organic farms in Adi Kailasa. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. And the chemical changes it brings about in one's system, and the healing it does in one's system, and the biological rhythm it sets in one's system, all of them are very important. Tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters. This is what Bhagavan says. That decides the kind of plane of the universe, dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Patala, Swarga or Naraka. Morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. What is Brahma Muhurta? Brahma Muhurta is a period of 2 Muhurtas, time unit of 48 minutes, or about 1.5 hours before dawn. In the Vedic tradition, this period is considered as the ideal time for spiritual practices like prayer and meditation. According to Ayurveda, the time between 4:24 a.m. to 5:11 a.m. is known as the Brahma Muhurta. The very first verse written in any Ayurvedic textbook while explaining about the daily regimen to be followed for health and long life, is about the importance of Brahma Muhurta. The pramana for waking up in the Brahma Muhurta is referenced in the Ashtanga Hridayam, which says one should wake up in the Brahma Muhurta for sustaining perfect health and for achieving a long lifespan as desired. The benefits of waking up in the Brahma Muhurta: at this time, a high level of prana, vital life energy, which is necessary for the body, is adequately present in the atmosphere. The activities of the entire world, and especially of the living beings, are yet to be started. Hence, the pollution is at its minimum. The cheerful atmosphere has a considerable effect on the body and mind. Ayurveda has given a deep thought to the daily routine, which, when followed, aligns our day perfectly to express our maximum potential and capabilities. This starts with getting up in the morning. The quality of our waking up decides the energy level for the day. A peaceful, fresh start is always better to a dull, lethargic start with a heavy feeling. Tuning our biological clock to the rising and setting of the sun is the best way for reversing the aging process. Waking up during this Brahma Muhurta puts us in perfect synchronization to the natural clock. Now, next is the Shat Karma in Hatha Yoga. The first step in traditional Hatha Yoga is Shat Karmas, purification of the body, practiced for hygienic and preventive purposes. Have spiritual end in view. Example, Karna Dhauti, practice for cleansing the ears, enables the practitioner to hear the mystical internal sounds. Neti is said to bestow clairvoyance. Shatkarma in Hatha Yoga includes various practices, and they have their origin in Ayurvedic Panchakarmas, which are for purification and detoxification treatment. They affect and activate almost all the vital systems in the body: digestive, respiratory, circulatory, and nervous systems. The Panchakriya in Nityananda Yoga, what is this component? What does it contain, and why is it important? These are cleansing techniques adapted for the modern lifestyle. They prepare the body to experience the higher states of meditation, ultimately to attain enlightenment. There's better health and quality of life. Modern world with much polluted environment, impure food, ailing bodies, and disturbed minds. This is a solution for all this. The 5 processes in the Panchakriya include eye cleansing, Jalaneti, Sutraneti, Jalabhasti, Haritakki. Netra Shuddhi or eye cleansing, the first process. Eyes are the most used organ of the body. Constantly they are subjected to external stimuli, air pollution, bright lights, and they are overused. The Netra Shuddhi is a very simple technique for eye health. One can do this just 2 times daily, 1 time in the morning and 1 time in the evening. What does it have? You have water being poured in a small container, which can then be upturned over the eye, and the eyeball rotated in the water so that all the toxins or the impurities which are there inside the eye, when the eyeballs rotate, the entire portion gets cleaned, almost like giving it a bath. What are the benefits of eye cleansing? It reduces itching, burning sensations, redness, eye strain. It relaxes the eye muscles, cools and refreshes the eyes, leads to clearer vision, reduces the puffiness around the eyes, helps in the prevention of conditions like cataracts, and has a relaxing effect on an anxious mind. Jalaneti is the nasal passage cleansing with water. It cleans the air before it enters the lungs. thin layer of mucus and fine hair and nose will trap the impurities. This Jalaneti moves the impurities to the throat and the stomach, where the stomach acid eliminates the bacteria, warms the cold air before it enters the lungs, humidifies the dry air to prevent drying of the lining of the airways. Jalaneti, one can see, the Jalaneti pot is put on the nostril and the head is tilted so that the water goes from one side of the nose over the bridge and falls out of the other side. The benefits of Jalaneti are phenomenal. It cleans out the nasal passage and sinus cavity, but it doesn't stop there. It relieves the nasal and the sinus congestion and pressure. It leads to easier flow of breath for better yoga and meditation. It actually activates the third eye and improves the ability to smell. The Jalabhasti or water enema. This is a method to flush waste material out of the colon. This Jalabhasti is a process which induces bowel movements that clean out the colon, leaving you feeling cleaner, lighter, healthier almost immediately. The Jalabhasti or the water enema, these are the components for the same. You have the Jalabhasti can with its relevant tubes. The benefits of Jalabhasti or water enema include: it cleanses the lower gastrointestinal tract, it removes the excess body heat, removes old stool, gas and layers of toxins from the colon, purifies the body to become a clear receptacle for deeper truths, stimulates the pranic energy, making you feel active and alive, leads to a clear mind and healthy light body. Contraindications are for pregnant or nursing women to get the doctor's clearance. Now we come to Haritaki, which in the Nityananda lineage is literally considered a miracle herb. This is also called Kadaka Pudi in Tamil, and this is a gift to the Nityananda lineage from the Madurai Adinam lineage. Haritaki is literally a wonder medicine for the brain. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, has declared Haritaki as a prasada, which is served at all Nityananda Adinams, temples, centers as a blessing from the divine. Anyone doing spiritual practices should take Haritaki. This is the Haritaki powder, which is made from the seed, parts of the seed of the tree. The benefits of Haritaki include: it enhances the buildup of prana, a subtle energy, which awakens the non-mechanical parts of the brain. It makes the brain and body fresh and alive. It makes one or more capable, sensitive, intelligent, enhances awareness, removes the body's toxins in a natural way, purifies the blood, removes the fat residues from arteries and veins. It heals diabetes, hypertension, and heart problems. It sharpens the vision, regulates the colon function, soothes the throat, helps the pulmonary system of the body, and is very beneficial for gums. Next is yoga. When you do yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira, body filled with nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, has revived the science of Prathama Vinyasa Krama from Shashtanga Yoga as revealed by Paramashiva. Puja, this is the next aspect of the spiritual routine. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from the I, which is so heavy, to God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the necessary baggage or karma from the head. We sit down and connect with God by performing Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, I know you are source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with me. Let you reveal yourself to me. And now we can register ourselves at the COVID Care Protection Center facility through the link https://kailasa.org, KAILASA.org/Kailasa Care.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द
And if you have registered yourself in the COVID Care Protection Centers in the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India, now we will take a look at some of the glimpses of the spiritual routine being performed in Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham. One can see here the members who have enrolled themselves for the COVID Care Protection Initiative are doing the morning yoga, puja, and these actually take up the first 5 hours of anyone's day and is one of the most fundamental and vital practice for any seeker, anyone on the path to achieve enlightenment, to achieve the ultimate superconscious space of Paramashivoham. More glimpses of the people performing the puja. And here one can see more glimpses from the members enrolled in the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Initiative. The puja materials collected, the people settle down in the wee hours of the morning and doing their Nitya Puja, Guru Puja and Shiva Puja. One can see here the yoga classes being conducted, and these are the glimpses from the multi-layered quarantine facility in Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham. More pictures of the participants doing yoga as well as puja. One can see just that one aspect of the puja and the yoga and the panchakriya, just these few so-called simple components, how they can transform one's life completely, because it is not something that is invented as a cure or as a fad for COVID care protection. It is the age-old ancient system of medical health care as is declared in the Veda Agamas, in the various scriptures, which long before, literally millennia ago, have discovered the truths of life, be it of human life or of other lives, including the microorganisms. A holistic approach to health and life, the COVID care protection centers in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham and in various de facto spiritual embassies across India have to offer.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashit. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvajnapeethas all over the world.
all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet.
And while we are waiting eagerly for the satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, let us look at what the whole crux of education in the Hindu system of education, what is the core, what it comprises of. Education is known to be the key factor to enabling upwards socio-economic mobility and the strongest means of removing poverty. The right education is crucial to the well-being, stability, and growth of not only every child, but to humanity as a whole. The Gurukul system is known to be the knowledge transmission system of Hinduism, one of the pillars which kept Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive and standing as the world's most ancient living civilization. Through Kailasa's Department of Education, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, the Gurukul system is being revived in its entirety. Gurukul literally means living in the Guru's home. The Gurukul system is rooted in the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, or the living lineage of the Guru-disciple relationship. And this whole system is actually corroborated by the latest, most state-of-the-art scientific research. After decades of study on the physical, mental, chemical, and biological uniqueness of meditative states and enlightened beings, it has been found that in the normal waking state alone, their brain waves show that they are in a complete meditative state, despite being fully active and engaged. In the world of athletics, this state is known as the being in the zone, a glimpse into the peak of focus, cognitive function, attention, and coordination, to name a few. Rather than a glimpse, enlightened beings casually walk, talk, and engage with life settled in this peak. Recent studies have also found that we imbibe the body language, behaviors, and patterns of those in our environment, not just on the behavioral level, but to the depths of the neurological layer. This is also known as the mirror neuron effect. In this way, there is no better teacher than the enlightened Guru, who, as per modern science, exists as the superconscious, biological, reproducible anomaly. However, through centuries of Mughal invasions, colonialism, and continued persecution against Hinduism and the Hindu tradition, this science of knowledge transmission has been diminishing at an unprecedented rate. After careful study in the colonialism era, it was found that the Gurukul system was standing as the backbone and stability of the Hindu civilization. The Macaulay education system was imposed on India after this revelation. 13,000 universities across Bharat, 2 lakh Gurukuls were destroyed in Bengal and Bihar alone. With the systematic destruction of Hindu universities and Gurukuls, goes also more than 80% of Hinduism's indigenous knowledge. One can see what Thomas Macaulay in 1836, after his very deeply sinister study of the Hindu education system and what his diabolical plans were to destroy that system so that the colonial rule could continue for practically an eternity, which it still is, because even though physically the colonial rule is apparently had to have disappeared, to have been replaced by so-called freedom and independence, yet the minds of the people, of the Hindus, has been influenced by this poison, probably once and for all, had it not been for the advent of the Nijavatara, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Macaulay says, our English schools are flourishing wonderfully. The effect of this education on the Hindus is prodigious. No Hindu who has received an English education ever continues to be sincerely attached to his religion. The Hindu religion is so extravagantly absurd that it is impossible to teach a boy astronomy, geography, natural history without completely destroying the hold which that religion has on his mind. It is my firm belief that if our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater among the respectable classes in Bengal 30 years hence. And this will be effected without any efforts to proselytize, without the smallest interference with religious liberty, merely by the natural operation of knowledge and reflection. I heartily rejoice in this prospect. One can see here the diabolical plans of Thomas Macaulay, and as the colonial rule has been replaced by the largest democracy, what really is going on? Is Hinduism really in a state of revival? What is the Nijavatara, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, doing for the same? We all have seen over the last 2 decades what he has done to humanity, and in return, what humanity has done back to him. The persecution in return for magnanimous, huge contributions to Kailasa is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has showered on the planet. And what further revelations the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to be giving us tonight, let us wait and watch as we await the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashiva.
only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings.
Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam.
Om Nityananda.
The much awaited live Nityananda Satsang after a very long time we are having. So today we are going to be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, followed by a live Nityananda Satsang. For all our viewers who are joining us for the live satsang today after a long time we are having. So if you're watching us on YouTube Live or Facebook Live, this is the time to go ahead and share. The live satsang will be at 8:30. The updated timing for the live satsang is 8:30 p.m. So we're just about 30 minutes away from the live satsang. So please do share with all your friends, family, Sangha members, near and dear ones, the live feed, and share this exciting news so they can all come and join. And this is actually the first live Nityananda Satsang we are having after the breaking news and positive news. And that news, I'm sure all of us are aware by now, is that the UN, the United Nations, has recognized the persecution of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And we have shared this breaking news on all the official social media platforms of Kailasa. And in the next few minutes that we have leading up to the live satsang, I request every one of you to join hands in sharing this news virally with one and all. So I'm now going to go ahead and share the Facebook, the live SPH JGM Nityananda Paramashivam Facebook page, where we have shared this breaking news, and also on Twitter. And as we are watching this live feed, and I request all the viewers to kindly please come along with me as we take a few moments to share this news with the world. And I will tell you why it is important to share it with the world. Recently, I was talking to one of the youth devotees from the US, and this person was saying that in their high school for about 2 years, they are taught in the US schools, everyone is taught the Jewish Holocaust. And I have joining me on this show is Ma Nitya Sadashiva Priyananda is also joining us, and she studied in the US. So maybe she can give a little bit more insights into what really they study in the US. As children grow up, every child is taught in the school about the Jewish Holocaust. So Ma Sadashiva Priya, I know you studied in the US. Did you learn about the Jewish Holocaust?
Yes. So yes, thank you so much. And I'd like to share with all of the viewers exactly how in the United States, in Western culture, how from a very young age, even from even the age of 13, 14 years old, we start studying, we start reading about the Jewish culture, even in school, even if we're not practicing that religion.
Sadashiva Priya, so sorry to interrupt you. Your voice is very low. It's kind of hard to hear you. Is there any way you can fix your microphone and be right back with us?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yes. So while Sadashiva Priya is joining, and those of you who are watching this, and how many of you, as compared to one is the Jewish Holocaust of what happened to 6 million Jews, just around the time of the Second World War, and on the same way, what is happened to Hindus, where 500 million Hindus
500 million Hindus were, killed and murdered and persecuted over the last 5,000 plus years of Hindu Holocaust. And I was a born Hindu. I never knew about the Hindu Holocaust until, I came in direct face-to-face experience of what the anti-Hindu elements are doing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that was my first direct experience of the anti-Hindu elements and their criminal conspiracies, and the neo-Hindutva elements and their conspiracies to eliminate the spiritual component of Hinduism. The anti-Hindu elements want to eliminate Hinduism itself, while the neo-Hindutva gang wants to eliminate the spiritual component of Hinduism and politicize religion. So, yes, we have Masada Shubhra joining us. Yes, Nityanandam, are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. I hope my audio is okay.
Yes, it's much better, Ma. Yes, okay. Please go ahead. So you studied in the America, and did you learn about the Jewish Holocaust in your school as a part of the syllabus?
Yes, Ma. So exactly as we are growing up, we learned in detail about how the Jewish people, how 6 million people had underwent systematic persecution in extreme and in like excruciating detail. We learned about the gas chambers, how they were literally taken in trains to the concentration camps for the each and every Jew from all over Europe, how they were how the war had been strategically planned, and this entire Holocaust happened where so many Jews were entirely eliminated, and what was happening was a genocide against a religion. And from a young age, and I would say from school, what was happening, and even at that time, I was wondering in myself, how come I didn't learn about Hindu Holocaust, what happened to Hindus, in the same way that today I'm learning from a textbook, from official textbook, from so many different novels of victims of the the Jewish Holocaust, and so many different.
Actually study in school. How many years?
Actually, I would say the curriculum for 1 year entirely, at least half of that year, 6 months, we were studying the Jewish Holocaust in depth. And not only that, I can say that much of the culture of reading the books, how the Jewish Holocaust has been written by the survivors of the Jewish Holocaust. It's a very powerful way of speaking their story to the world, telling the heartfelt trauma and suffering that they've been through, and for good cause, to prevent more and more suffering from happening further, and ultimately to solidify the Jewish identity that they have as a whole culture, and as a part of their healing as a whole culture. How the victims are coming out right now you're
a born Hindu, born and brought up in the US. When was the first time you came to know about Hindu Holocaust?
Actually, I can say, honest to goodness, the first time that we understood about the Hindu Holocaust was after Swamiji himself had started speaking about it, how in satsangs he would talk about the sannyasis who were abused and killed. And only after this, I even realized, there was something that happened that sparked me to go and read about it and see in more sources. But if during what
age would that be? If you have to tell what age of yours?
I think that was around 16 or 17 years old.
16 or 17 years when you first came to know about Swamiji. And what age were you introduced to Jewish Holocaust in school?
At least around 11 or 12 years old.
11 or 12 years of old. So every child who's growing up in the US, I don't know about other countries, every child growing up in the US is brought up giving the knowledge of the Jewish Holocaust. And I grew up in India from a traditional Hindu family, and I had absolutely no clue about the Hindu Holocaust. Jewish Holocaust, 6 million Jews were killed. Hindu Holocaust, 500 million Hindus were killed. It's not that we are doing a comparison of lives here, but we need to understand that the Hindu Holocaust is at least 9 times of what happened to the Jews. And even Hindus are made completely unaware. And I'm sure none of my pre-monastic family members even knew about the Hindu Holocaust, even though they were, staunch Hindus for generations. We are criminally and strategically made to forget about the Hindu Holocaust. And for the very first time in the 5,000 plus years history of the Hindu Holocaust, somebody has taken an effort to bring out the Hindu Holocaust out to the international community. And that thanks to, and our deepest gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his tireless efforts, being a victim of the persecution himself, going through, more than 70 assassination attempts and torture in the prison and character assassination and hate speech and lawfare, and you speak about any facet of persecution the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone through. And today, after literally 20 plus years of relentless persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, today we have had a breakthrough. This is a breakthrough not just for Kailasa. This is a breakthrough for every Hindu out there, and this is a breakthrough for every human being out there, because what Kailasa is doing the revival of the true authentic knowledge of enlightenment, the science of enlightenment being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So it is the responsibility of each and every one of us watching this, hearing this, living Hinduism and being benefited by Hinduism. It is our responsibility to share this with the world. So all we can do is just take few minutes of our time. I'm sure we are all eagerly waiting for the Nityananda Satsang to start. And as we are waiting, let us do our responsibility. And that responsibility is to share this news virally with the world. And eventually, we should be having, every Hindu child should be taught what has happened to us. So we take responsibility to protect this knowledge tradition, to protect this tradition which is almost becoming extinct. And so now I'm going to go ahead and... Yes, ma, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to add that across the world, in so many different time frames, from different cultures apart from Hindus have undergone either slavery, genocide, examples of how their cultures have stood up and made something happen for themselves to recover from that culture. For example, even after the Jewish Holocaust, how the Jewish culture, that Jewish people as a whole are able to tell their story to the world and powerfully voice out the stories of victims and survivors of the Jewish Holocaust, to the point where even they're able to establish their own sovereignty and able to protect their culture and heritage as a nation, whereas there was no nation for Jewish culture and for Jewish people. That after that they were able to establish that and protect themselves in some way or form. In that same way, if we come together now and just share and start to voice our stories, voice the stories of victims and survivors of the Hindu Holocaust, and first of all ourselves understanding how the Hindu Holocaust is still going on, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is under the most brutal attack, has been a survivor of the most brutal attack and ongoing persecution against him. And even after the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it's our responsibility as Hindus to ensure that the whole world knows that this persecution has been recognized, it is legitimate, and that it's our responsibility that each and every person, everyone who dares to troll against Hindus, against disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, that the persecution is a legitimate thing, and they're only fueling the persecution that is happening. It is our responsibility to share and ensure that the one time we had our voices heard is being known to the world, that it is a legitimate persecution ongoing right now.
Absolutely, ma'am. And as you were sharing, I wanted to also take our attention to the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And all of us who are watching us on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Twitter Live, and all the different social media platforms, I request everyone, if we can take a moment and just go to Facebook. the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is facebook.com/Paramahamsa Nityananda, and you can search for SPH Nityananda Paramashivam on Facebook, and you will come up with this page.
Yes, and I'd like to add that, first of all, to all of the viewers who are joining in right now, if you have not already, make sure that once you have found our page, found the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook, that you are
Welcome back, dear viewers. Welcome back. So here you are seeing the official Facebook handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I request everyone to please, I'm going to do a walkthrough, and each of us can please come along and share this news. Okay, so as we are coming, we see the first pinned post with the breaking news. The UN has published the report on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So what we are going to do is go under this post like the post, comment under this post, and share the post. Okay, like, comment, share. Now, the sharing of this post, you can do it, share it to your news feed and add what you feel about this. So share 1 or 2 lines saying, finally, the Hindus, the Holocaust is being brought out, or you can say very happy that the United Nations has recognized it. Whatever you feel about this, you can add 1 or 2 lines and share it to your newsfeed and send it to at least 11 of your friends on Messenger, let everybody know. And all the groups and the pages that you're a part of, at least 5 groups and 5 pages, you can share this news that the United Nations has recognized the persecution of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. So we're going to take the next few minutes to finish this on Facebook. I request everyone to go to Facebook, official Facebook handle, and go to the main post, like, comment, and share under the post. Like, comment, and share. I'm going to read out some of the latest posts that are comments that are coming in through. So like, comment, and share under this post. So when you click share, say share to newsfeed. And when you share to newsfeed, it will give you the option of including the original post. So you can include that original post also and go ahead and share. And you can write your own a line or 2, a comment about this, and then go ahead and post it. Share it in the messenger with at least 11 of your friends. Sharing it in the messenger is very easy. You just have to click send, 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 and it sends. So you just have to click this. So, and it sends. And then share it on a page. So whatever page that you own. So let's say I have different pages that I'm part of. So I can go ahead and share in the, let's say, Nityananda Sannyas order page. I can go ahead and share. The United Nations has recognized the persecution of SPH and Kailasa. So you can go ahead and do this and share in a group. Whatever group that you're a part of, you can share it in the group. So let's go ahead and take the next few minutes to go ahead and do the sharing on Facebook. At least share with 11 of your friends, 5 groups, 5 pages, and make 1 news feed. Like, comment, and share the post.
Yes, I'd like to share while everyone is sharing right now. I'd like to share one sentiment that I have felt very deeply since the time last year in June, when we saw a complete social upheaval crisis happening surrounding the extremely brutal death of one African-American man in the United States. His name was George Floyd, and we saw after the acts of police brutality against him, how so many millions of people took to the streets, how people on social media for at least 2 months afterward were continuously speaking about the persecution and the ongoing persecution happening against African Americans, the racist inherent laws and prejudices and the activities, the culture, the racist culture of the entire United States, as well as the popular culture that was being seriously addressed. And how across the world, not just in the United States, first of all, in the United States itself, how people peacefully protested across in so many different cities. And there was, even during lockdown, even during the time when there was so much of scare due to the COVID pandemic, people still wanted to stand up and they wanted to take responsibility. They wanted to be the cause for change. And not only in the United States, but in cities across the world, in cities like Paris, in Colombia, in so many different cities across the world, we saw people taking responsibility for change. And I'd like to contrast this, on the other hand, to the extremely brutal death, the mob lynching of two sadhus in India, in Palghar, of two mahants responsible members of the Sangha, sannyasis, who were brutally handed over to the mob to be entirely murdered. And I just like to ask one thing to all the viewers: did we as Hindus do justice to value the lives of our sannyasis, of the most valued members of our Hindu community? Did we do justice when persecution was ongoing? Not even a week after the Palghar murders that happened, the sadhus that had been murdered, the media was entirely silent. The social media was entirely silent. And the only one who was talking about the murder and the Hindu Holocaust was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the foremost advocate for the brutal persecution that happened, up until even 1 month after, continuously coming for live satsangs, delivering the most profound and satsangs, and really powerfully empowering each and every one of us Hindus to stand up and take responsibility and just see the reality as it is. Our Hindu culture is at risk, and it is really, really time now that we stand up. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has courageously brought his story to the whole world, with the UN recognizing the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples, the ASMT community. And he has been, after such a long time, after 10 years of persecution, finally, after going door to door to door, literally to every lawyer, to every judiciary, to every government, to every institution asking for justice, finally, we have had our voices heard in some way and some form. It brings actually so much across the world. All of Kailasians, for all the viewers who are just now joining across the world, all the Kailasians are so immensely filled with gratitude that right now, finally, our voices are heard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as you are sharing, right, I invite all the viewers. See, it is important that, as what Sadashiv was sharing, it is important that we as Hindus understand and take collective responsibility for what is happening to Hinduism and raise our voices. And we can raise our voices, we can bring it to the attention just by, we're not saying let's go to the street and protest. No, we are going to bring this to the attention of the government and the influencers and the media, who needs to share this with the world, that whatever that has happened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is that persecution of the worst possible, in the worst possible way, a totally brutal, atrocious persecution that has happened and is still happening to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the United Nations has gone through all the persecution details, and they have recognized this persecution, recognized Kailasa as a nation. And what you're seeing on the screen right now is the official Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Sri Nityananda on Twitter. So I request everyone to now please open your Twitter app on the phone or on the laptop and go to Swamiji's, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Twitter handle. And you will see at Sri Nityananda, and it takes you to SPH JGM Kailasa Nityananda Parameshivam page. And what we are going to do is we are going to come to this Twitter handle and take the first tweet, which talks about UN has published a report on the persecution, and click on, you like the tweet, right? You can reply to the tweet, like the tweet, reply, retweet it, right? When you click on retweet, always choose quote tweet, where you can write your own comments on top of the tweet. So you click on quote tweet and you add your comments on top of it, right? So you can say finally, and always include the hashtag. The hashtag that we are using for this purpose is hashtag UN recognizes persecution of SPH Nityananda and Kailasa. So use this hashtag UN recognizes persecution of SPH Nityananda and Kailasa. Use this hashtag always. Just going to double check.
And also, yes. And also you can tweet at the recognized Hindu leaders and also the celebrities and tweet at them, so that also we can share this news to all of the Hindu leaders, to all of the government leaders, to all of the UN leaders, and share this news that Kailasa has been recognized and the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized. Let's share this and tweet at them. So we can go to their any page.
Yes.
Yes. And we can go to any of their famous celebrities, anyone whom you think will have an interest to hear about the story of, yes, Ma, I think your screen is being projected. Yes. So use these words, use these hashtags, and make sure that you can also tweet at any of the celebrities, any of the advocates, any of the leaders who you think might have an interest in Hinduism, might have an interest in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the persecution against him. And
The purpose of civilization is to make human life better on planet Earth. We just need human beings to look at this whole human civilization with fresh eyes. What our ancient enlightened rishis, the forefathers of our civilization, from Paramashiva, Parashakti, the whole Guru Parampara, our ancient visionaries of this human civilization. What was their vision? Are we going towards that? It is time we just sit back, look with the fresh eyes. At least all my disciples, please think sincerely about this vision I am giving you all. If I can put this seed in all of you and all of you start thinking, I will feel job satisfaction. Last so many days, I was soaked in samadhi and I have brought some understanding, some vision, some truths. To share with all of you. First, everything is for the sake of human consciousness to flower, get enlightened, be part of this great Paramashiva's mission of making everybody enlightened. That's the first truth. Second, listen. This is the deep, sacred secret. Paramashiva has 5 phases: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. People ask me, why destruction, rejuvenation, and delusion is done by Paramashiva? Listen. Whenever the forgetfulness is given to you, when you start forgetting the past, when you get deluded, confused, forgetful about the past, the great possibility for a breakthrough is given to you. Listen. If you remember your past and proceed with your life further, that is called growth. If you learn to survive, reinvent yourself during the absolute forgetfulness, delusion, confusion, if you learn to survive and reinvent yourself at these crucial moments, it will be breakthrough, not just growth. Paramashiva is providing an amazing opportunity for all of us to have a breakthrough. Listen, I am not soothsayer, or I am not this positive thinking paprapa. No, I am neither positive thinking Bhagavas nor life negative person. I tell you the truth as it is. As it is. See, if you remember your past and continue to proceed in your life, it is growth. So you remember, you used to make hundreds of thousands per year. Now you want to work hard and progress and proceed, manifest your creativity, hard work, intensity, all that, and you proceed from 100,000 to maybe 1,000,000. That is the growth based on your memory track. But whenever there's a complete winding up, your memories are no more useful, your past track record is no more relevant, utter confusion, delusion, things are just melting down in front of your eyes. Whatever you thought useless in your life, you suddenly find so much of value for it, and whatever you thought very useful as a pillar of your life, suddenly becoming irrelevant and no more useful. This whole delusion, Throbhava, the great deluge happening, is an amazing opportunity for all of you. Amazing opportunity for all of you to reinvent yourself, to have a breakthrough for your life, to give an amazing breakthrough to yourself. I tell you, so many people all over the world, I am seeing many things they felt is the most important pillar, foundation of their life is neither relevant nor useful. It is not even there. Suddenly it is not there. It's just not there. Many things which you thought is not great part of your life become so relevant, too important. Some few spiritual understandings, ideas which you never thought is too important, some spiritual book, suddenly now all of that has become too relevant, and you are spending time with that books, with that spiritual material 24/7. It has become so relevant. Every word. Is useful. You are taking it very serious. Start working. Nowadays, I am not teaching at all about completion because everyone has to practice completion even to survive without getting mental breakdown. If you have to be without becoming paityam, loose, and sail through this great deluge and the whole pralaya, you have to practice completion and spiritual truths. Otherwise, you will be scratching your head. Otherwise, what will happen to you? Nobody knows. How you will be, nobody knows. The spiritual truths have suddenly become so relevant, even for basic survival. I am telling you. This great pralaya happening is an amazing opportunity for all of you to reinvent yourself, rediscover yourself, rebuild yourself, revive yourself. You don't need to be growing. You can just be recreating yourself. Many of the things which you thought very important in your life, relationships, people, wealth, buildings, home, office, infrastructures, many of that is no more part of your life. Some have become even irrelevant. Just look around. 2 years before this pralaya started, what all was two important relevant things of your life, with what all you were spending your time, life, what was the focus of your life, your future plan, everything. Now see, I am telling you, Paramashiva is providing an extraordinary possibility, a powerful space. You may never get another pandemic, pralaya like this, even if you want, next few hundred years. Let us not miss it. It's an amazing opportunity to get enlightened. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. I wanted to repeat every statement I am making 10 times, so it gets into your inner space. Listen. "30 years of life." Usually 30 years is called as one generation in normal society. One generation, what maturity it brings. to the individual human consciousness. See, if you lived 30 years, how much you evolve, get matured in your cognition and decision-making process about life. That one generation, 30 years maturity has come for human beings in just last 30 months. And I am telling you, mark my words, this Corona Delta Plus is going to give full one generation maturity in next few months. Last 30 months have given 30 years maturity for human consciousness. I am telling you, many good things have happened due to this pandemic, this pralaya. People have started realizing there are many things without which they can live. There are many important things they really need, especially the need for the spiritual strength. Is happening in every being. Every being has started realizing the need for the spiritual strength, the need for enlightenment. I'm telling you. This last 30 months have given humanity the maturity which usually comes by 30 years, one generation. And mark my words, next few months, the Corona Delta Plus is going to give full 30 more years, one more generation maturity to humanity. Not only the way, quick and fast way the Delta Plus virus is spreading, the way it is going to impact the health of the human beings and the death rate. All that is going to give one generation maturity to human beings. Listen, I am neither giving you negative information nor trying to show positivity bhagavas. No, I am just revealing the truths as it is. I am fresh from samadhi. You can take it as a cosmic breaking news. I am directly coming from ground zero, where the decisions are made, where things are happening from Kailasa, and giving you the breaking news, cosmic breaking news, cosmic updates, cosmic flash news. Listen carefully. O human beings, you are given an amazing opportunity to get enlightened. Let your first priority to be being alive. Keep yourself healthy, physically, mentally. Learn, practice as much as possible intensely. Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the science of unclutching, science of completion, science of power manifestation. I have already revealed all these sciences to all of you. It's all available freely. Pick up and start practicing intensely. Because everything else is irrelevant. The consciousness you built, the health you are having, only these two is relevant. After this great pralaya settles down, nothing else is relevant. Hey, billionaires are dying like a rat and cat in the street. The common imagination concept money, which is given legitimacy, has no meaning. First, be alive, be healthy, physically, mentally. Use this opportunity to get enlightened consciously. Do not try to take me for granted, saying, oh, Swamiji will tell the same thing only. I may be telling the same thing, but you are not in the same situation. The world is different now. Earlier, enlightenment was a luxury option. Now it is survival, fundamental need. Just like your morning breakfast, enlightenment is the fundamental need. Listen intensely. This pralaya, by thoroughly shaking all your ideas, plans, imaginations, it is upgrading you, updating you, making you matured more than one generation. 30 years. Usually what changes will happen in the human society, whether mentally, physically, the way the economy functions, the way humanity evolves. See, 30 years before, the idea of passport, visa, and now the idea of the passport, visa, it has matured like anything. Few years before, the president of the Ecuador announced that they are going to create a system where the idea of passport and visa become irrelevant for humanity. Means the free travel. I am giving you a rough paraphrased version. You can Google and get that news link. The ideas See, earlier, when the idea of passport and visa, all this was happening 30 years before, it was more for restriction purpose. Now it is more for facilitating purpose. I am telling you, after this pralaya, the ideas of passport, visa, all that will have a next level of matured cognition. It will be just giving you the multiple choices and options. Earlier, when this idea of passport, visa and all, when it was created, it was more like for restricting purpose. Then it evolved into a facilitating purpose. Now it will be more like giving you the wide choices, variety, options. It may even evolve to the next level. Because the way human beings are going to die, every country will want more human beings in their country. The human beings are going to be more important than any idea of billions or millions or trillions. The importance is going to be shifted more on human beings. And I am telling you very seriously, humanity is going to wake up and respect the nature, planet Earth, and the nature as a living energy. It is not there for us to exploit. No. The nature is a living organic energy which is verily part of our existence, which plays a major role in our existence. Humanity is going to wake up to this truth. So the vegetarianism will become lifestyle. The deforestation will stop. Multiple side effects are going to happen. Like when this global warming has caught the attention of the human beings, how many major decisions were taken and how humanity started looking at everything in a matured way. This pandemic, last 30 months have given 30 years maturity, and next few months is going to give next 30 years maturity. One more generation maturity. Human beings are going to have just in next few months. Understand? The other day I was reading an article. Somebody was trying to justify, even during the plague in India, we had 10 to 20% of the population dying, but we stood back. Yes, I am not saying we are not going to stand back. We are not going to revive ourselves. No, I am not saying that. Be very clear. When 10 to 20% of the population was wiped out during the plague and those pandemics, there was no cell phone, there was no live streaming. It was not impacting the living human being's consciousness that strongly. See, Even the message you receive, the news you receive will be verbal, very less photographs. So the people who survived, the impact of others' death on the minds of the people who survived was not too much. But now, due to cell phone communication, the internet, mass media, everything available, you guys are underestimating the impact of even few deaths going to happen on the people who are alive. See, I am neither supporting media lying by hiding the number of common man's death, nor I am supporting media going gaga and wild and overacting and overreacting some of the VIP deaths due to corona. Both extreme I am not supporting, but both extremes are weakening the human beings, and both extreme, see, hiding the deaths of the common mass and too much of limelight for some celebrities dying in corona, both are not letting human beings to take the right decision. We need the truth, facts, for human beings to take the right decision about life. Neither we should break the confidence of the people on the civilization, nor they should have the false arrogance and roam around without protecting themselves from the corona. Please understand, when the large common mass deaths are hidden from others, see, common man's deaths, large number, but it is covered, hidden from the humanity. The human beings don't understand the necessity to protect themselves from corona, and they start moving around unprotected. They are not taking corona seriously. That's one side. The other side, too much importance is given to these VIP deaths due to corona, that makes human being lose confidence on the society, human civilization. That is also not going to work, because that gives a kind of a arrogant decision. What can be done? Even those VIPs are dying. How the people start thinking, oh, even those VIPs are dying, nothing can be done anyhow. This is the way it is going to be, so let me live as long as I can. That is the way that drunkards standing in queue just for 1 quarter and getting corona and dying. Oh God, I'm telling you, this alcohol shop corona deaths are the most pathetic. Now, I'm not talking about just one nation, one state. I'm telling about the whole world. Alcohol shop corona deaths. That's most pathetic. Kind of a delusional arrogance. Enters into human beings. Neither this extreme is right nor that extreme is right. Neither hiding the mass common man's deaths are right, nor giving too much of limelight to the celebrity deaths due to corona is right. Both are wrong. People need to be given the fact, not only fact, they need to be educated rightly and especially provided the ambience and security. All the decision makers all over the world, on behalf of Kailasa, I request all of you, please provide food, basic medical care, shelter to all human beings under your care. Multi-layer quarantine till this corona is completely eliminated from planet Earth, till that spreading cycle, that chain is broken. Give people security about their future, confidence about their life, this is the first priority for all the decision makers all over the world. I sincerely request all of you humbly to make this as your first priority. And I am not the kind of a person who will just put the responsibility on others and keep quiet. No. I am a kind of a person, I will do first whatever I can, then what I am doing, the same thing I will request others to do. That is the reason I have opened all the ashrams, temples, properties Kailasa has to provide multi-layer quarantine, protection from corona, corona delta plus, providing food and very authentic Hindu medical care. I tell you, it is very unfortunate. The Hindu medical systems are taken for granted, destroyed, abused, disrespected. Very systematic way by the anti-Hindu elements. But the Hindu medicinal system, everything needed to save humanity from corona and all the variants of corona, whether protecting yourself, prevention level, or after getting corona, curing, healing, recovering, and after fully recovered, the post-recovery health maintenance, and fully getting back to your health and back to your original form, the pre-corona health level in every level. The Hindu medicinal system, when I say Hindu medicinal system, I mean Siddha, Ayurveda, and all the subsects, branches of Siddha and Ayurveda. Hindu medicinal system as a solution for corona, I know whatever way I can help, I'll continue to help. I won't waste my time in blaming or putting the responsibility on others. I will do whatever I can and request others also to be part and serve. Whatever way you can serve, especially decision makers. People who are under your care, people who entrusted you to make decision for them, the rulers, decision makers, administrators of humanity all over the world. Please focus on keeping human beings alive, healthy through this whole deluge, the pralaya, pandemic. Let the focus be on keeping people alive, happy, healthy. Let that be the first priority. Let that be the first priority. I have brought the signs of enlightenment. Especially for the humanity during this pandemic, this pralaya time, this huge, the deluge, the pralaya time. Next few months, I'm going to focus on making as many of you enlightened. So this instruction is for all the Kailasas, means all the ashrams, temples, our adinams, and all my sincere disciples, followers, who literally live the lifestyle of Kailasa wherever you are. All of you listen. Next few days, start taking these 3 herbs in your food. Karisalanganni, Ponnanganni, Thuduvalai. I will repeat. I will even put the English word in the social media as the gist of the satsang. I do not know the English word now, so now I will tell in the Tamil. Ponnanganni, Karisalanganni, Thuduvalai. All the ashram should grow these 3 herbs. If you are not able to grow, at least buy. Add this in your food. You can even cook and eat, or make juice and drink. In any form, add at least little quantity of all these 3 every day. Every day, add all these 3. Please listen. These 3 herbs strengthen your body and mind. It helps you to receive the enlightenment, manifest powers. These are the powerful aushadas. Actually, I'll tell you one incident. Somebody came to my guru, Raghupati Yogi, asking for a solution for his personal problem. He was going through some problem in his house. He wants a solution. Then my guru told him, bring Thuduvalai leaf, 10 leaves tomorrow. I was sitting next to my guru when he gave this solution. I thought maybe when the Thuduvalai comes, he is going to energize him and make him eat or whatever. I just waited. Next day, that person came with that 10 Thuduvalai leaf. My guru took that Thuduvalai leaf in his hand and asked me to eat. I didn't understand why he's asking me to eat. I ate. And he asked me to sit. And he told that person, the devotee who came for solution, to touch my feet and do Pada Puja to me. Take my blessings. And that person just obeyed my guru and did. My guru told me, you just sit straight and He told me that be in that Brahma Dhyana, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, sit straight. I sat. The devotee did the Pada Puja and whatever he was supposed to do. Then my Guru told me, bless this person. As my Guru told me, ordered, from that Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I blessed him. He went away. Maybe in 10-15 days, he came back saying that the whole problem is solved completely. I asked my Guru, what exactly happened? Tell me. Raghupati Yogi told me, hey, you are Paramashiva. When time comes, you will realize. Whether you realize or not. Whether you realize that now or not, you are Paramashiva. When time comes, you will realize that is different. When I gave the Tuduvalai and you ate and sat, your Paramashivatva intensely started manifesting in your body. So that is the time I asked him to worship you, do Pada Puja to you. So directly he receives Paramashiva's energy and powers. He got the blessing and he went away. And I tell you, for quite a long time, when I used to sit for Pada Puja, I will have Tuduvale in my mouth for quite a long time. Only after I started traveling outside India, when we were not able to get that herb, and by the time it was also not required, I stopped using. Tuduvala is that powerful herb. When you use Tuduvala every day, simply you manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Karisalanganni, Ponnanganni, Tuduvalai. All this heals your body and makes you manifest the powers. Especially all of you who want to manifest powers, whenever I give Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, if you want to receive my initiation and manifest the powers, please start adding these 3 herbs in your food regularly. Actually, these 3 are very powerful herbs, even to bring health in you. How much quantity to use? You can just Google any Ayurvedic or Siddha website. They'll tell you. Maybe 10 leaf maximum per day. 10 leaf of Karisalanganni, 10 leaf of Ponnanganni, 10 leaf of Tuduvalai. You can take it in the morning or noon or in the evening. You can make tea. You can make kashayam or any ways. And or you can take it as part of your food also. All the sannyasis, brahmacharis, Gurukul Balasans should take these 3 herbs every day. All the ashrams should start growing these 3 herbs every day. so that you are all ready to receive and get enlightened. This whole science which I am bringing now, just your integrity is enough. Wherever you are, your integrity is enough. You can connect and manifest enlightenment, enjoy the best things of superconsciousness, powers of Paramashiva. All the adinams, ashrams, if you start growing in the ashram, especially where I used to walk, in that very land that Aushadha can be programmed through the energy. I brought enough energy from Kailasa. I'll program them for all of you to manifest enlightenment and powers of Paramashiva. And I also wanted to tell all the Adinavasis of all ashrams, if you grow this 3 herb and give freely to other devotees all over the world who can't grow on their own in their house, you will get all the punya, good karma and blessings. With that punya, you will manifest more powers. All the sannyasis of Kailasa, actually it is your responsibility to provide all the spiritual support without charging. So this is my order to all my sannyasis, the whole sovereign order of Kailasa, all my sannyasis, brahmacharis, grihasthas who are staying inside my ashrams and campuses. You should grow all these 3 herbs. Karisalanganni, Tuduvalai, Punnanganni. And not only you can consume, you can enjoy it. You should distribute to anyone who has free of charge. Free of cost, you should give. Maybe you can let people pay the transport. Shipping expense they can pay. But the herbs themselves should be given freely, especially grown in our campuses where I lived, where I used to walk around, where that breathing space is there still intensely. Tiruvannamalai Ashram, Adi Kailash, Bididi, Salem Adinam, Rajapalayam. These are the ashrams. Hyderabad, where I physically, literally lived, walked around, energized that whole land, energy fields. All the ashrams I mentioned, all those Adinavasis should grow these herbs. You should use and share with the world. This is your responsibility. Devotees all over the world are donating money, funding us. So we should be doing this kind of spiritual support and services to everyone. It's our responsibility. And it is too easy to grow. It's not difficult, very easy to grow, especially in India. We have so much land. I used to go and stay in Rajapalayam. Rajapalayam, we have a 40-acre land, beautiful agriculture land inside a forest. I used to purposely go and stay there. People used to ask, why Swamiji going and staying in that forest? I said, hey, I'm energizing this whole area. You guys don't know, in future, so many Siddha, Aushadhi herbs are going to grow here, which will be useful for the whole world, which will be useful for the people to manifest powers. So all those people who are in our ashram, it's my order, take this as Guru Vak, grow these 3 herbs, you also enjoy and share it with the world, free of charge. All the Aushadha cannot be sold. Paramashiva is very clear. Education, medical care, food, these 3 has to be absolutely free of charge in Hindu tradition. When you are giving education, you can accept Guru Dakshina, which is voluntary. Sometimes people offer, it can be accepted. But the transaction or the bargain cannot exist as a compulsory prerequisite for knowledge transmission. Same way the Aushadha. Aushadha has to be absolutely free. Share it with the world. I also wanted to tell you all, I am working on a very sound economical system for Kailasa, where I can start providing all this free of charge for the any people, anybody, the practicing Hindus who wants, whether you are born as a Hindu or not born as Hindu is not a problem. Practicing Hindu. If you are a practicing Hindu and you want, we will be able to provide. We will be able to provide. I am building that kind of a sound economy. The real economy of the future is conscious centric, not money centric. It is conscious centric. Usefulness to the world, usefulness to the human beings, usefulness for the human consciousness to get enlightened. This few hundred acres which I already energized, did the prana pratishta and left. See, in Hindu tradition, the herbal garden, Siddhavana, Siddha Aranya, has to have Vastu Santi, Mooligai Saba Nivarti, Mooligai Prana Pratishtai. All these rituals have to be done to the land and to the whole energy field. Fortunately, in those days itself, by the grace of Paramashiva, all the land which was donated to our Sangha in India and many other countries, I have done this, creating an energy field through Vastu Dosha Nivarti, Mooligai Saba Nivarti, Mooligai Prana Pratishtai, all the traditional, the spiritually energizing process, especially Biddi Adi Kailash, Tiruvannamalai, we have multiple lands. In all the lands, I did it. And Salamadinam and Rajapalayam, we have multiple pieces of lands. In all the lands, I did it. And Erode, Tirchangoda Adinam. So all the sovereign order of Kailasa, Brahmacharis, Grihasthas, Sannyasis, Naishtika Brahmacharis of the Kailasa, please grow these herbs in all this sacred land, which is 1,000 times more powerful than anywhere grown outside. Because this will be powerfully spiritually programmed. And this, which we grow inside our energy fields, will be powerfully spiritually programmed one, and it retains its spiritual energy. And directly becomes part of the human bioenergy and makes the person manifest Paramashivatva. So, all our Adinam should take the responsibility, at least growing and sending it to our devotees who are very sincere in power manifestation, who want to really get enlightened. At least for those sincere people, you should be supporting it and giving it. I'll continue with further satsangs and initiations to transmit this sacred enlightenment science and power manifestation science, which I brought from Kailasa with all of you. We can also do one more, all the adinams. We can grow these plants and make even seeds from these plants and send that to people all over the world so they can grow, that seed will have the same power, same spiritual energy and spiritual programming. So that service also is great service. So first few things I want to reveal, I shared with you all. I have many more things to reveal. I'll reveal in further satsangs. For now, this. So essence of what I wanted to convey. Be alive, protect yourself from Corona, Corona Delta, Corona Delta Plus, and all other multicolor fungus, black fungus, yellow fungus, green fungus, so many other variants and other brothers, sisters, cousins of this Corona. Protect yourself from all of this by double layer quarantining, and use this time to experience unclutching and nirvikalpa samadhi. Don't waste your time. Keep yourself healthy, physically, mentally. Spend more and more time in nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, completion, ajapa japa, intense spiritual practice. Don't waste this time. This is a time to get enlightened. It's a time to get matured and reinvent yourself and manifest powers of Paramashiva. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaita, Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढा श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महामुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Nityanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. After that most auspicious, gracious presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who had revealed such profound truths about the science of Aushadha, the powerful powers of his presence on planet Earth, and how that is now going to be simply helping the world have superconscious breakthrough. After 27 years of passionate, driven, and determined hard work to bring superconscious breakthrough to the whole world, today 1 billion people across the world are enjoying and are enriched by the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully, eloquently allowed us to be in his presence as he gave the great divine revelations on the science of Aushadha. Aushadha being one of the greater sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And like this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has even personally made the Aushadhas, energized, and even taught the energization process. And that same Aushadha has been shipped, delivered, distributed across the world to thousands of places, helping, enabling people to manifest Shaktis all over the world. And with more than 2,500 satsang centers across the world, places where people gather, where hundreds and thousands of people are enriched and continuously living this Hindu lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is forging a new world where enlightenment is a lifestyle and inherent in every single part of your day, and you're living in a world which is increasingly, rapidly, literally being destroyed, and we are seeing it in front of our eyes. And in this day and age, it is enlightenment and the sacred sciences of enlightenment that each and every one of us needs to understand, needs to imbibe in our lives, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had beautifully revealed to each and every one of us. What we thought was irrelevant in our lives, perhaps just 5 years ago, even 2 years ago, the spiritual truths, the books that we picked up, the discourse that we came across on YouTube just casually, everything now is extremely relevant. And it's something, it's just the last lifeline we are holding on to during this cosmic deluge. And as so much is going on in the world, we're holding on to that time. It is at this time that we, each and every one of us, should see the importance, the necessity, significance of ensuring that we have the integrity to the Hindu lifestyle, the Enlightenment lifestyle, and integrity to the sciences, the great knowledge and the truths from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which Paramashiva has revealed 60,000 years ago, and which he himself decided to incarnate on planet Earth once again and revive on planet Earth to help each and every one of us sail through this pralaya. Unfortunately, there are too many extreme terrorist forces out there who plot, conspire, and criminally strategize to destroy the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and literally take over all of the resources, all of the people, violate, rape, and absolutely dehumanize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all of the community around, all of his disciples and the community who live in Kailasas across the world. And they plot and conspire to absolutely destroy the entire thing. And for the last 10 years, us Kailasians across the world know, and we have seen, experienced, and some of us have been victim to the extreme brutal persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT community, the Adi Shaivite minority community, which he is reviving. Now, over the last few days, I'm sure many of you have heard that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this persecution which has been literally following him for the last decade. We have seen finally that our voice is heard by the UN and the ONHCR. And I hope that each and every one of the viewers has had the opportunity, has been able to view how Kailasa is featured on the ONHCR website, the UN website, and the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the rights of indigenous women and the denial of the rights of indigenous women is presented to the whole world through the platform, the powerful platform of the United Nations. This is an extremely amazing, and it's an extremely amazing breakthrough for all of us Kailasians, and of course for Kailasa, to have, after 10 years of continuously being barbated by persecution. And across the world, in US, in India, in Canada, in Malaysia, we've been continuously under attack. And not only that, as disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and disciples who love and see our Guru as God, our caretaker of all of our worries, and who has literally helped us empower ourselves, taken care of our basic necessities and our spiritual necessities, everything needed for us to live a higher lifestyle and to enrich and encourage our ambition for a higher lifestyle and a higher experience of human life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally taken care of everything. And for us to see so much he has gone through, being arrested for 53 days in 2010, being blackmailed, having undergone third-degree torture, and then just within a few months, seeing at least more than 120 cases attacked and filed, false cases which are filed against him, and 14,000 hours of media hatred. It has been so painful, devastating to see how someone who has brought so much of good in our lives and reintroduced each and every one of us to the pureness and goodness of our consciousness, our soul, to go through so much. And it cannot be underestimated, it cannot be overtold, exaggerated, the amount of persecution, assassination attempts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone through. So it's just an amazing breakthrough that fills us with immense gratitude that we have finally found a voice, a platform, and especially through the United Nations, one of the largest advocates for human rights. And of course, for the last decade, we have been going door to door, judiciary to judiciary, government to government, media house to media house, just trying to have our voice heard. Today, over the last few days, since the time that the UN had recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT women in the ASMT community, we have been requesting all the viewers on this platform who regularly tune into this platform to listen to our story further and help us establish our story to the whole world, establish the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the whole world, and help the whole world, all the international media channels, all of the international organizations who we have a common cause with, all Hindus all over the world, to understand the truth of our story, the truth of the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the stories of the personal trauma and stories of so many victims, children, women who underwent so much just for nothing, but because we want to be living the lifestyle of enlightenment and living under the guidance and teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over the past few days, we have been requesting each and every one of the viewers to share this victory that we've had, this final platform that we now have on the ONSCR website, where our story is being heard and legitimized by a very well-established international peaceful organization, and help us start to bring more and more good to the world, to help us defeat the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and allow the mission of Kailasa, the tremendous good that can come to the world that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of Paramashiva, descended on planet Earth for. Today, we would like to present to all of the viewers an extremely important aspect of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT women. On the 2nd of March 2010, the whole world came to know, and for the first time, it became revealed to the masses the amount of persecution, conspiracy going on against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and how the objectification of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the objectification of women of the ASMT community has been proliferated and used as a weapon to start inciting hatred against women of the ASMT community and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And ultimately, this hatred was incited to such an extent to cause mob lynchings, to ultimately justify the propaganda against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and justify the false cases against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and ultimately justify why they were out to destroy him and eliminate him and assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'd like to begin, first of all, by explaining to all of the viewers how in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the original Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the practice and lifestyle of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition was a absolutely zero discrimination community. And it's not a community, I should say, it's a civilization where zero discrimination was tolerated. And not only this, an invaluable teaching of all inclusiveness and acceptance was proliferated among every single individual, every single being in the ASMT community. And for this, for a civilization to happen, all genders were accepted. And not only that, there were 11 genders which had been accepted, recognized, and people lived, whether it's a male, female, bisexual, and different sexual orientations, all of them were accepted in Hinduism, recognized, and also empowered for their pureness of consciousness, empowered for being divine themselves. Each and every person, no matter their gender, no matter their sexual orientation, was empowered for their infinite consciousness, for what they truly were, the pure consciousness. And in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, not only this, but the avatars, the incarnations, were accepted to have and express the qualities of Ardhanarishwara, meaning that they were beyond gender. They were beyond the qualities of male, female, or qualities of bisexual and any sort of sexual orientation. In fact, in the Avatar Shastra, it is very much written, told that avatars have the quality of being Ardhanarishwara, being embodiments of Ardhanarishwara, as in they were literally beyond gender, beyond male and female. And no matter if it was women or male, they were equally empowered for their infinite possibility. And male and female, no matter what gender, was allowed to practice rituals, were allowed to take up sannyas, were allowed to take up the lifestyle of being inside of the monastic order. They were allowed to be in the any order that they prefer, that they choose by their nature. And they were able to empower themselves where they felt was right and true to themselves, express themselves as they wished. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. As I was saying, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the 11 genders were accepted, and each and every single one was empowered for their infinite possibility. And there were more than hundreds, more than 10,000 sampradayas where they were empowered, and all genders lived in one civilization, in harmonious equality, in harmonious living. So in this community, this is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving through the revival of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. And in Kailasas across the world, this same practice was in his revival. So meaning in Kailasas across the world, 2/3 of the leadership positions are actually held by women, and women are allowed to practice the rituals. Women are allowed to become jnanacharyas, meaning they're allowed and enabled, empowered to become spiritual teachers and guides in anyone's path to having a super conscious breakthrough. And each of the women were trained and empowered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And myself included, we were each and every one of us trained and empowered, encouraged, enabled, and surrounded with the ecosystem which would enable us to become successful, empowered leaders as we were living in the ancient Hindu civilization.
Let us now watch a short clip of how powerfully the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the female orders, especially the female sannyas order and the female Rudra Kanya order. So we have a short clip that we want to play with you about the Rudra Kanya Sampradaya being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Hinduism is home to a lineage of powerful, chaste women, the Rudra Kanya. Hinduism is home to a lineage of powerful, chaste women, the Rudra Kanyas. They embody a ferocious statement of devotion and chastity to Mahasadashiva.
Woman is emotion, her breathing is her power. A chaste woman, her breathing will impact the universe.
A Rudra Kanya burns the society's idea of what a woman should be. She is the very form of Devi herself, Adi Parashakti. She is eternally auspicious, Nitya Sumangali. She is the embodiment of chastity,
where every cell in her body lives only for Mahasadashiva.
In Hindu tradition, there are beautiful sampradaya, the Rudrakanya Sampradaya, the sacred strong women, sacred powerful women who are dispassionate, who have no strings attached, who are completely in the space of Vairagya, most sacred, most powerful space. This whole generation, the Sampradaya of Rudrakanyas, dedicated their life for keeping the sacred science of Vedagamic tradition.
As you can see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving all the ancient sampradayas and not just the sacred feminism. As Sadashiva Priya was telling earlier, the very Adi Shaivite minority tradition, and we can have the NTV operator can project Sadashiva Priya as well. So we can have in Adi Shaivite minority tradition and in Hinduism, Hinduism accepts 11 genders. So LGBTQ plus and more Hinduism recognizes and the 11 genders. So everyone has a place in Hinduism. Nobody feels that they are not welcomed or they are not a part of this tradition. And the 11 genders in Hinduism, how Hinduism categorizes based on the 4 different categories. One is physical. What is your physical gender? What is your physiological gender, psychological gender, and conscious gender? And the permutation combination of these 4 form the 11 genders of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving all the 11 genders and letting the Hindus know that from the scriptures, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has quoted from the Agamas, where it very clearly quotes the acceptance of 11 genders. In one of the places of the Agamas, where Paramashiva himself says that when you are applying, how Bhasma should be applied on the forehead, and it says this is how male should apply, and this is how female should apply, and this is how all the other 11 genders, all the other genders out of the 11 genders, this is how all the other genders should apply. So very clearly in the Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, there is a reference to the 11 genders. That is why ASMT, which is one of the sects of Hinduism, is extremely progressive and at the same time extremely traditional. So progressive doesn't mean modern and untraditional. Hinduism is progressive and Hinduism is traditional, extremely traditional at the same time. So the first point that we want to share with all of you is that there are 11 genders in Hinduism. Hinduism accepts LGBTQ and all the 11 genders. And the Supreme Pontiff has declared himself to be a sannyasi and of a transcendental gender. And the very concept of transcendental gender, we wanted to give an idea. See, male is not 100% male. In him, 51% is male and 49% is female. Because that is why you'll see in many of us, right? In many females, you may see some male attributes or characteristics, the way they behave, talk. And in the men, you will see some of them are very emotional. So it is not that a person is 100% male and 100% female. No, there is 51% you're male and then 51% you're female. And the one of transcendental gender is the embodiment, Ardhanarishwara, the Paramashiva, the incarnation of Paramashiva, who is Ardhanarishwara, represents the perfect balance of male and female energies in us. So 50% male and 50% female. When the male and the female parts, the components are perfectly in balance, then you become a being of transcendental gender. That is why if you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, many times we have seen just one half of the body will be completely radiating the divine masculine and the other part will be radiating the divine feminine aspects of the divine. Yes, Mata Shivpriya, would you like to add something to it?
Yes, and not only that, how in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, every single being feels connected and feels absolutely fulfilled. That is the quality where when you feel absolutely sure of yourself and your gender, you can make that happen in another person. That's a very deep, almost conscious quality of the spiritual aspects of this deep completion, which a avatar incarnation of Paramashiva can radiate through his body. And so ultimately that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whether it is anyone, how he could simply complete them through his presence, because of being absolutely sure of himself. Now, as Jnanatma Swami had as explained just now, in all these 4 levels of gender, how complete you are is determining what is your gender and what is the expression of your gender and the way that you interact with other genders as well, and how you relate with others and how you're complete with your gender and your identity, your gender identity.
Exactly.
And so in this way, yes.
So sorry to interrupt you here. I just wanted to add to what you're saying, right? The very concept of Ardhanarishwara, where a being is of transcendental gender, gone beyond the identities of being male and female. And this very same aspect was attacked by the anti-Hindu and the neo-Hindutva groups, saying, and when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was targeted and during the persecution, he was ridiculed. So much of character assassination happened, ridiculing that Swamiji is saying he's not a man. Actually, from the age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has practiced yoga and and so many different things. And his entire body is a yogic physiology and a yogic physique, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is demonstrating the highest aspects of yoga, where his body has gone beyond the gender of male and female. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested illegally by the anti-Hindu elements and by the Neo-Hindutva group attacking, that's when the Supreme Pontiff revealed that the Supreme Pontiff is of transcendental gender. He's gone beyond the male and female, and you can do a medical test and you will see very clearly the Supreme Pontiff is of transcendental gender. His body does not have the male characteristics of an adult male. That is what the Supreme Pontiff meant. However, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'd just like to add. Yes, I'd just like to add the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas from the age of 3 years old, and ultimately he was surrounded in an ecosystem with highly adept aghoris and gurus, people who had themselves been, who had mastered going beyond gender and from the young age been able to express these powers, express these higher qualities of going beyond gender. And at the age of 12 years old, and as well as at the age of 16 years old, the Supreme how he had been able to accomplish the superconscious mutation for celibacy, and as well he had then after that been initiated as the incarnation of Paramashiva at the age of 16. So at the age of 16 itself, he had demonstrated to some of the most esteemed gurus in India itself, and to the most accomplished Aghori sadhus as well. And he had expressed the quality of the superconscious mutation for celibacy, and therefore he had been and therefore once he had established that, demonstrated that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated in the Yoga Pattabhishekam at the age of 16 years old. Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. As I was saying, at the age of 3 years old, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas. He was in a beautiful ecosystem with highly adept and esteemed gurus. And at the age of around 13, 14 years old, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had accomplished and demonstrated how he actually manifested the quality, the superconscious mutation for celibacy. And he demonstrated this to the most esteemed Aghori sadhus in India. And just recently, in September last year, the Supreme